Well, good evening. It's good to see everybody this evening. Thanks for being here. Lively bunch of people in the audience. That's good. We like it. Thanks for being here. This is April 15th, 2024. We will have us a Marble Falls Independent School District Board of Trustees meeting, and we'll call it to order at 6 p.m. It's a good day to be in Marble Falls ISD, and I appreciate you all being here. We've got some exciting things to get through here tonight. First, let's do roll call. We've got all members present. Thanks for being here, board. And to kick us off, we have Pastor Roxanne and Pastor Deb from Victory Church. Roxanne's going to lead us in a invocation and whatever might be on your heart. Come on up to the podium. Thanks for being here, y'all. And then we'll follow that with the pledges by Mr. Payson and the vision statement by Ms. McCary. Pastor Roxanne.
Let's pray. Father, we just come to you in the name of Jesus today, thanking you for all of these servants of our community, all attending who choose to give their time and their efforts. We thank you that you will grant them knowledge and wisdom from above. You said if we would ask for it, that you would grant it to us and give it freely to us without criticism. As we begin this meeting, we thank you for your goodness and your mercy toward us as individuals and corporately. We thank you for this meeting tonight and its activities, its relationships, the decisions that will come forth, the creativity used to advance toward the purpose we are aspiring to reach. We thank you, Lord, that we do not need to go on our own strength, but we also have divine energy that you provided. We know that whatever each of us has been called to do, that you will equip us with all that we need to accomplish it. And for all who are being represented here, the staffs, the workers, the teachers, the children, the parents, Lord, we pray for peace and provision. We commit this meeting to you, Lord. We deposit it into your charge and trusting this meeting, the people who will hear, the people who will speak, into your protection and care. In your name we pray. Amen.
I didn't know there was going to be a test. All right, good job. Thank you all for joining us, Victory Church, and for leading us in that. Feel free, if y'all don't want to stay, slip out whenever you want. But we've got some exciting things to recognize here tonight, special recognitions. Let's get into it. Superintendent's Award, Marble Falls High School, Mr. Henson.
Thank you, Board. On behalf of Marble Falls High School, I want to take the honor to recognize a couple of our students. Just so you understand the process, we put it out to a nomination process to our entire staff, took those nominations down to the top vote getters, and then sent it back out to the staff for them to vote on. Had a lot of good students, and y'all know that. We have a lot of good students at the high school, but these two stood out, and I think you'll understand after you see and hear what some of our teachers and some of their former teachers had to say. So if I could have Jacob King and Cammie Stewart to come forward, two of our seniors. I'll start with Cammie and some quotes from her. Y'all going to stand here for a little bit because we got a lot of quotes. I also reached out to their elementary school and their middle school teachers to see what they would like to share, and some of them were able to share some of the things, because I firmly believe that it's not just the teachers at the high school that have gotten to this to this point. It was a 12, 13-year process, and so you'll hear from some of those as well. First, for Cammie Stewart, from Coach Lazoya, you were never my student, but when I got here at the start of 2022-2023 school year, it was a big change for me and my family leaving our previous district, in which we spent 12 years and were familiar. I remember you coming by the first day of school and introducing yourself and being very welcoming to Marble Falls. Throughout the year, my family and I got to see your big heart and smile all over the place. Change is hard for anyone, regardless of age. Thank you for helping make the transition and adjustment to a new school very easy. From Ms. Ferguson, there are so many things I can say about Campbell Stewart. She has shown remarkable leadership skills both inside and outside the classroom. She is not afraid to take initiative, to speak up for what she believes in, to inspire others to follow her example. She leads not through force or coercion, but through their actions and the strength of her character. Whether it's organizing community service projects, leading our FFA chapter, or representing our school and chapter in competitions, she does so with grace, humility, and a genuine desire to make a positive impact in the world around her. Cammie embodies the very best qualities of Marble Falls ISD. She is a shining example of what can be achieved through hard work, dedication, and a commitment to excellence. Most importantly, she reminds us of the power of kindness, compassion, and empathy in shaping not only our own lives, but the lives around us. I can speak true to this statement. I never thought one student would make such an impact on me as a professional and as a person. She has taught me to be patient, kind, and compassionate. I will forever be changed as an ag teacher, an FFA advisor, and a person because of her. Cammie will forever leave a mark on my heart and is a once-in-a-career kid. P.S. I cried writing this. From Dr. Smith, Campbell Stewart is smart, articulate, and a terrific student leader, serving as president of multiple student and youth organizations. Campbell's character is exemplified by her bright smile. Observing several mock interviews, I'm struck by Campbell's preparation and professionalism. We are so proud of Campbell. From Coach Crane, one of my first interactions with Campbell was when she handed me a color-coded calendar for the year with everything that she would be involved in. You don't have that happen too often from a student. She followed that up by saying she would do the absolute best she could in that class, and any absences would not get in the way of work. She has more than followed through on that. She is driven, committed, and brings her very best to all aspects of class. Congrats, Campbell. I'm very proud of you. For Miss Bruns, Campbell's the kind of student you wished you were in high school. She is immensely talented, highly motivated, but most importantly, she is impressively mature, thoughtful, and refreshingly kind. I enjoy every encounter I have with her and grateful for the small acts of unprompted kindness she has shown me. She is a perfect candidate for this award. From Miss Jones, what can I say about Campbell that everyone hasn't said already? She is smart, beautiful, kind, hardworking. In short, she's the whole package. What I would like to say is that there are few people in this world that have her kind of light. She is the rare gem that shines from within and makes the world around her a better place. You can't help but smile and feel at ease when you're around her. It's a rare and beautiful gift. Once you meet Campbell and really get to know her, you realize that she is irreplaceable. I know she will make her mark out in the world, and more importantly, she will make the lives she touches better. I'm truly grateful that I've gotten to know her this year. From Miss Ditburner, I had Cammie her freshman and sophomore year in math. She is a wonderful young lady and a hard worker. It was a joy to have her in class, and I wish her all the best in the future. From Dr. Metzger, Cammie Stewart is an amazing young lady. I've observed her grow and mature over the last 4 years academically through FFA and BPA. She has made a significant contribution to these programs and to MFHS. Cammie always has a smile on her face when I see her, responds beautifully with constructive criticism when preparing for competition, and uses it to improve. I have no doubt she will continue to succeed and do great things at Aggieland in her life. Gig 'em. From Miss Grimsley, Cammie is an incredible president to the National Honor Society. She's a prime example of what NHS is about. She is a leader within the school and community, donates her time to those in need, and has a fantastic attitude every day. I'm grateful that I've gotten to know Cammie, if only for a short time. I cannot wait to see what Cammie does in the future. From Miss Brewer from Marble Falls Elementary, what a joy. I had the pleasure of spending 2 wonderful years with Campbell as her 3rd and 4th grade teacher. Cammie has always had compassionate and proactive nature, even at a young age. Being involved in projects like painting buddy benches for foster friendships and volunteering at local helping centers demonstrates a genuine desire to make a positive impact on others' lives and community as a whole. It's heartwarming to see how these early experiences have shaped her into the person she is today. I look forward to celebrating Cammie's continued success. I'm so proud of you, Cammie. 2 more, promise. Mr. Haley from Marble Falls Elementary. Cammie was a great student in MFES. She served as a member of the student council and also participated in some other special groups that helped with a project that brought buddy benches to the campus, which we still have and use today. It's no surprise to me that she has continued her path of creativity, service, and leadership as she has grown. It has been fun to see her and hear of all her success. I know the future is bright for her. And finally, for Miss Porter, Campbell Stewart is one of the most conscientious, intelligent, and kind students I've encountered in my time in education. Her work ethic is outstanding. Her maturity is well beyond her years. She's a student that when you think she can't do more, be more, or impress you more, she finds a way. I sincerely cannot wait for the future she creates for herself, and I'm proud that she will always be an alumna of Marble Falls High School. One of our recognees, Cammie Stewart. As equally impressive is Jacob King. Once again, it wasn't very close when we decided to do these votes, and it came out pretty close to exactly what Cammy's was. From Ms. Tedesco, there's not enough time to list all the amazing things about Jacob. I've had the pleasure of teaching him for 2 years and have had him in TSA and the robotics team. Jacob is honest, kind, and one of the hardest working students I've had in my teaching career. He always comes to class with a smile on his face and it's a pleasure to have around. Even when I know he's stressed or not feeling well, he always gives his all and works his hardest to not let his team down. I know I can trust him with just about anything and it will get done. Whatever he chooses to do in life, he's going to be great at it. And whatever job he has, we'll be dang lucky to have him. This is a very deserved award. For Mr. Crane, I've known Jacob since he was part of the basketball program during his freshman year. This year I got to know him more as a student in my AP Literature class. One thing that I truly appreciate about Jacob is his follow-through on the goals he sets for himself. He works incredibly hard to achieve the challenges that he sets for himself. He is generous with his time and is ultra-considerate of everyone. I'm very proud of him. Jacob is more than deserving of this honor. For Miss Hammond, Jacob is a fine young man and an extraordinary student. He has a unique ability to manage a very difficult course load while being involved in many of the facets of our campus like National Honor Society, Business Partners of America, Robotics Club, and Choir, and he excels in all of them. As a student, Jacob is always prepared and engaged, and his work shows diligence and great care. Because of his academic achievements, Jacob has established himself as a leader with our student body. Jacob has a servant's heart. He is very cheerful and kind and strives to be a positive influence in every situation. Jacob has left a profound mark on our school and community by his commitment to excellence, and I'm very confident that he will be successful in the future. For Miss Feller, Jacob King is one of our amazing ACE students. His work ethic and kind spirit are contagious. He always has a smile on his face and is most respectful young man. The more I got to know him, the more he impressed me. Jacob is very well rounded with his school involvement while also maintaining impeccable grades. I can't wait to see where life takes him. He will be a bright light wherever he goes and whatever he does. For Miss Brantley, I was Jacob King's teacher at HLES when he was a fourth grader. What a special and amazing kid. Even as a fourth grader, his character of kindness, hard work ethic, and integrity were evident then, and he has continued to grow even into his senior year. I think the phrase that best describes him the most is quiet fighter. He never quits. No matter what is thrown at him, he embraces the hard, pushes through, and always reaches the top. I've been blessed to watch him as a teacher and as a mom as our kids have grown up together. He is not only an incredible student, but a kind friend and loving son to his sweet mom. I can't wait to see how you reach for greatness in your next adventure, Jacob. Miss Rios from Highland Lakes Elementary. Jacob King was not one of my students, but he attended our school. I had the privilege of knowing Jacob through various activities, classes, and school events we had at HLES. During his elementary years at HLES, Jacob always demonstrated exemplary work ethics and a friendly personality. He was always willing to support staff members and classmates with a smile and positive attitude. I'm proud of Jacob and the outstanding young man he has become. For Miss Grimsley, Jacob is such a joy to have in class. He has an exceptional gift in math and is always willing to help those who are struggling. He's a great leader within the National Honor Society and embodies what NHS is all about. Jacob has a bright future ahead of him. I cannot wait to see where life takes him. For Miss Ditburner, I've had the privilege to know Jacob for 4 years. I had him as a freshman the year of the mask. I remember him being quiet and hardworking student. It wasn't until recently, when writing a recommendation letter for him, that I realized how really gifted in computers and coding Jacob has become. He has developed several games and websites all on his own. I'm extremely impressed in what he has accomplished. It has been interesting for the last 2 years. I've really seen Jacob's personality, how hard he works for everything that he has accomplished, sometimes waiting until the last minute. For the last 2 years, Jacob has had my math class 5th period right after lunch. He proceeds to do his math homework during lunch and then eats lunch during my class. That's not how that's supposed to work, Jacob. Which is why his senior quote is, I promise to not to eat fish during Miss Ditburner's class again. We've had our trials and tribulations, but I wouldn't have wanted the last 2 years without you in my class. Before school started, I realized Jacob was not in my calculus class because there was a conflict, so I called Jacob to ask, and he immediately chose my class to be in. Thank you for the 3 years I got to be your teacher. I'm so proud of you and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. And then finally for Mr. Gage, he's one of the hardest working individuals I know, but even better, he's the kindest human being in choir. I wish I had 100 Jacob Kings. He is a true servant leader. That echoes exactly what we feel like at the high school. Jacob King.
Very good. Thank y'all for representing us well. And I'm sure there's some family supporting people in the audience. Will y'all stand up also? Cammie and Jacob's family. Very good. Thank you. Okay, let's go to special recognitions, Going the Extra Mile Award. Ms. Henson.
Good evening. Tonight we will be honoring one of our high school math teachers with our Going the Extra Mile Award, Miss Deborah Dittburner. Miss Dittburner is also the department chair at the high school, and she's in her 24th year of teaching.
I got a few things to read about her as well from her teammates and others. For Miss Jones, she obviously didn't know, by the way. I convinced her. I told a little lie. It was supposed to be Brienne, but it wasn't supposed to be Brienne. It was always Miss Dittburner. She thought it was Brienne. For Miss Jones, she's truly one of a kind and will do absolutely anything she needs in order to help her students thrive. She's always one of the first ones in school and one of the last ones to leave, making sure that she has everything in line for her students. Actually, I had to convince her to be here tonight because she was going to do some AP testing or some AP prep for some of her students. I said, we really want you to be there for Miss Grimsley. You're the department chair. So I gave her the guilt trip and got her here. So I apologize to those AP Calc kids. For Miss Norwood Sloan, Denise has been a steady support for me since I arrived at MFHS. She works tirelessly to ensure that we all know what's going on and are prepared, even if it means working before school or after school and on the weekends. She gives so much of her time to make sure our department and school run smoothly that she finds time to give us a little each pick-me-ups along the way. There are many times we come into our rooms to find a special treat waiting for us. I appreciate all that she's willing to do to make it easier for our department and for our students. From Dr. Fields, I've had the pleasure of working with Miss Denise Dittburner, more affectionately known as Diddy, for over 20 years. She is an amazing teammate and leader who is always willing to go above and beyond what is asked and is sometimes the first one in the building and the last one to leave. And her car is frequently spotted at MFHS on the weekends. However, I did not truly realize the love Miss Dittburner had for her students until my children had her in class. She truly loves her students and will do anything to help them succeed. We are blessed to have her loving and inspiring the students and teachers of MFHS. For Mr. Gage, she is one of the hardest working teachers on the high school staff. She loves the students and would do anything for any of them. I consider her more than a colleague. I consider her a true friend. From Dr. Smith, Diddy is always one of the first people at campus in the morning and the last to leave in the afternoon. You see the theme? She is available to her students, making curricular connections and relationships. Diddy is a great colleague who typically offers warm relational demeanor. Diddy helps raise the bar at MFHS. For Miss Martin, Denise is beyond deserving of this recognition because she exemplifies the qualities of an outstanding educator and leader. Her remarkable ability to lead with kindness and compassion is evident in every interaction, whether the students or colleagues. She goes above and beyond to support others, from guiding struggling students through challenging concepts to offer a listening ear to colleagues in need. Denise's dedication to motivating her students and team, often sacrificing her own time with early mornings and late evening, showcases her unwavering commitment to their success. Working alongside Denise has been an honor, and I'm immensely proud to see her finally receiving recognition for her tireless dedication and hard work. For Miss Grimsley, Miss Dittburner is always one of the first to volunteer for anything outside of school. She is incredibly gracious with her time and will sit with students as long as they need to get through the lesson or topic. No matter how full her schedule is, if there's a teacher in need, she's always come to help. She's a great leader for her group, and we're forever grateful. For Miss Minton, Denise strives to inspire and encourage every student to do their best every day. This year, Denise took on a 4th prep and teaches 7 classes out of 8 every day. She spends countless hours planning, prepping, teaching, grading, and tutoring. She's one of the first to arrive every morning and one of the last to leave each evening. However, the hours spent on students go way beyond the average instructional day. She also tries to attend student events whenever possible. Despite her course load and other duties as assigned, she always makes sure those are in her department as well as colleagues get special treats for their birthdays and other special occasions. She's a true servant leader. I'm blessed to know and work with Denise, and Marble Falls High School is better because of Denise Diddy Dittburner. For Mr. Tropiano, dear Miss Dittburner, I cannot think of a more deserving teacher to be given the GEM Award. You truly are a gem on our campus and throughout the entire math department. This award is a true testament to your unwavering dedication to students, staff, and community in Marble Falls. Ms. Dittburner was my mentor teacher, and we all know as teachers, the first year is the hardest. The first year is where we set up our classroom management, where we have to learn about lesson planning and put it into effect, and where we learn the skills to grow as a teacher. Ms. Dittburner was a guiding rock and foundation when I started, and she continues to care for everyone around her. Ms. Dittburner is innovative in her teaching methods and creative when it comes to teaching algebra, geometry, and any other math Marble Falls High School offers to make it fun and engaging. Her dedication to fostering our students' mind truly does allow for each student to reach their fullest potential. Once again, thank you, Ms. Dittburner, for everything you have done for me and Marble Falls High School. This GEM Award is greatly deserved, and I cannot wait to continue to grow as a teacher from you. With heartfelt appreciation, Mr. Tropiano. And then finally, Ms. Heath. I've known Denise for almost 20 years. What started as co-workers and cheer sponsors quickly turned into friends. She has the kindest heart and is willing to do anything for anyone, especially kids. Her door is always open before and after school for the kids who need help. She will always work with others to ensure a kiddo gets what they need, whether it's sharing tutorial times or communicating about tests across departments or just checking on a student that we might share out of concern. Denise works tirelessly to create lessons that engage her students, creating a safe, positive, and successful space for learning. Her heart for MFHS is immeasurable. Above all that, I'm happy to call her a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Diddy Dittburner.
Very good. Congratulations. Okay, special recognitions for All-State Solo Ensemble, Marble Falls High School Band, Mr. Leflett.
Good evening. Thank you guys for having us tonight. Talk a little bit about 4 of our students who advanced to the State Solo and Ensemble Contest. We have Madden Hernandez and James Lawrence who are here with us tonight. Unfortunately, Maxime Soloviev and Henry Vanacek were feeling a little bit under the weather and couldn't make it, but we definitely want to recognize them as well. So all of our students, the 4 that advanced to State Solo and Ensemble, this process begins with thousands of students across the state of Texas in either late fall or early spring. The students come from different performance mediums: orchestra, band, choir, mariachi, and even twirling. The students have to select their performance medium and the level of performance that they choose to be part of. Then they go perform at the region level in early February. At that contest, their performance is judged, and they get a critical review from one of the judges. Those judges then give the kids a rating. Their hope is to receive a superior rating, which all of our kids did. That means they earned a first division, and they have to perform their solo of choice by memory. And so it's not just a matter of working on the music, it's committing it to memory through many, many hours of repetition and hard work. And they have to go and do this in front of a judging panel. And so it's a stressful situation, and they definitely rise to the challenge. Once they receive that superior rating for that memorized performance, that advances them to the State Solo and Ensemble competition. That happens over the holiday weekend in May, Memorial Day. And so not only are they working really hard, but they're actually going to give up some of their holiday time to go and perform a second time in hopes of medaling at the state contest. If they make another superior rating, they come away with a really nice gold medal from the state competition. But we're super proud, regardless of what those results are on the day of the competition, that they advanced, and they've been working so hard. We definitely want to take a time to recognize them. So the other cool thing about our kids that advanced, and this is important for you guys to know, all of our students that advanced are playing on the instruments that the school board provided in last spring. So all of the instruments that you guys allowed us to purchase went directly into the kids' hands, and it made a huge difference in their ability to perform because of the quality of the instruments. So we definitely appreciate you supporting us, supporting the kids and our program. All 4 of these kids are also some of the most quiet, unassuming students that you would ever encounter. They just come in and do their job every day. but they do it at such an exceptional level. If you weren't really paying attention, you might miss them. So I'm glad they're here. I'm glad that they were able to do this, and we're just super, super proud of them. So thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. And they have some family here tonight as well. I believe everybody's in the back. Y'all give a big wave. So.
Congratulations, y'all. Bring back a gold medal for us in May. I forgot to Ms. Ditburner's supporting cast members. Stand up and say that you're here in support of Ms. Ditburner. Anybody wave at us at least? Yeah, there you go. Very good. Okay, let's see. TCDA All-State Choir, Marble Falls Middle School, Mr. Gage.
Good evening. In 2020, actually in 2019, they started the TCDA All-State Choir for the middle school and junior high students across the state of Texas, and then COVID happened. And so it really never came to fruition. They started the process after that, the year after that, and it's been an interesting process. We've had some success. Last year we had none, and this year we're back in the game. We have 2 small school all-state choir members. The process is they have to submit recordings of a piece and of some skills that they have to provide in that area, and then then they're judged blindly, and then those results are sent out. And I thought this was a great opportunity to introduce you to Nathan Taylor and Trent Shipp, the middle school choir directors, and Nathan is going to introduce those students. This is Mr. Ani, by the way. Y'all met him a couple times. He'll be up but later. So, Mr. Taylor.
Good morning. Good evening, board. It is my great honor and privilege to recognize these 2 students over here to my right, Mr. Samuel Casper and Mr. Gladen Smith. Samuel will be representing Marble Falls Middle School as a tenor 2 in the TCDA All-State Choir, and Gladen will be representing as a bass in the TCDA All-State Choir. So, really proud of these guys and their work ethic, and they also proved to be strong leaders at contests for us this season. So, really proud of these guys.
They'll be performing in San Antonio in July.
July 24th through 7th. Yep. Awesome.
Thank y'all for. They also have to.
Yes, family of Samuel and Gladen, if you could please stand to be recognized.
Very good. Congratulations, y'all. Okay, that gets us to Marble Falls High School boys and girls powerlifting state qualifier, Coach Scales.
All right, good evening. This is some of our members that were able to make it. Some are working, some are one's accepting a scholarship from the Freemasons. So he had 2 different events. He couldn't make it to this one, unfortunately. But these are the 4 of our 9. Monse also couldn't make it as well. She had prior commitments. But these are 4 of the 9 qualifiers that made it to state. And to say that making it there was not an easy task. However, these young individuals made it look easy. So it was not a question of any time we showed up to a meet who was going to perform well, and it was always one of those. As a coach, it's exciting to see your kids perform well and do what they need to do to get to that level. A lot of the backstory on some of these athletes were that they did not make it as far as they wanted to last year, and it was kind of like a redemption story for them. All of them have been with the program since at least their sophomore year, some from their freshman year. And then we have a newcomer, Minor Flores, that came to us that was able to step right in and learn the craft, learn the lifts, and be able to qualify. In order to qualify to state, you have to qualify to regionals first. And in order to qualify for regionals, you have to be top 12 in your region of your weight class to qualify. And then once you get to the regional meet, there's two ways you can qualify for state. You can hit a predetermined automatic qualifying total, which is typically really high because it's supposed to be an automatic qualifying total. It's one of those things that basically says, if you can hit this number, you deserve to be at state. And then we have the other way you can make it is top 2 in the region to qualify you to go to state so that you can have your total of 12 lifters because there's 6 regions. Of these 4 all hit the automatic qualifying total in order to make it to state. And then also Xavier Lopez, which is at the end, and then Aaron Arredondo, our short one, he also won region, which either way he was going to go. We have Minor Flores and Jose Solozano that hit the automatic qualifying total on their second attempts. So basically their third attempt was just for fun, and we just loaded the weight and see what they could do. So making it to state was, with this group, very exciting. They keep you on your toes. That's an understatement. If you understand this group of young men, they're very exciting. They love lifting. They love doing what they do, and they're like a family. There's a lot of joking and kidding around. It just kind of makes the monotony of lifting more exciting and more fun. So to the men that are here and the ones that couldn't make it, plus Monse, I greatly appreciate the ride of making it to state. And on top of that as well, Xavier Lopez won state, breaking some records, breaking the deadlift record, which was previously set at 645. It's now set at 710 on deadlift. It was a 19-year-old record, and he was able to break that record on his first attempt. I made sure it was 5 pounds ahead and said, go pull this and shock the world. So he won state in his weight class by 110 pounds. So that was the next closest to him. So it was very exciting. So without further ado, our Marble Falls powerlifting team, and then Coach Bermudez, which helped me out and made sure I didn't forget anything, including the checklist that I never made him. But he internalized it and made sure I got everything anyways. So thank you.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Coach, real quick before you. One of your kiddos is getting a full ride somewhere. Is that right? Somebody
Coach
in
Bermudez, you let me forget that. So Aaron Arredondo, come back up here. So one reason why I keep forgetting this, because he didn't want to tell me. He didn't want to have, what did you say, bad juju? He didn't want to have bad juju going into state. So I didn't find this out until it snuck out. I found out before regionals, but I didn't say anything. And then at state, but Aaron Arredondo qualified for University of Texas at San Antonio for a full ride of powerlifting. His head coach, Wes Zunker, is actually the founder and owner of Texas Strength Systems, which funds all the equipment. So I actually know him, and even he didn't reach out and say anything to me. So I'm very excited to see what he can do. We still lift. I don't look like I do anymore, but we still lift, and sometimes we'll probably hopefully see each other at a meet where we can lift against well, not against each other, but at the same meet, because there's no way I can ever get this small again. But it's very exciting, and we're excited to see what he does, and I can't wait to see him compete and have those countless victories. And I know they're very excited because of the numbers and totals that he hit. A little background on his redemption story and what was really proud about this young man is at regionals last year when he was a junior, we went for 420 on squat, and he missed all 3 attempts. When you miss all 3 attempts, it's declared as a bomb out, and you don't get the attempt. So he already missed his chance to go to state last year. Well, he learned from that, and at state squatted 515. Squatted 515. 535. My second attempt was 515. 535. And then he ended up coming out and also setting the bench record at regionals at 330 pounds, and then tried to do 405 at state. He ended up with 365, correct? He ended up benching 365 at the state meet. So he just continually got better and better. And it was the first thing he said at the beginning of the season. He said, Coach, we're going to state, and we're going to win it. And so I was very proud of him, and I'm very proud of all the hard work he put in to not have the same thing happen again. And again, these young men, they're astonishing. They're amazing. So congratulations.
That's awesome. Congratulations, y'all. Just the few stories I've heard come out of that group of guys has been incredible. And is that the first time we've had a state winner? Is that what?
Winner, I think so.
Yeah.
First time for a state champion, Coach?
So cool stories. Good job, y'all. All right, item 6F is PCAT Bus Driver of the Year, Ms. Sorzano.
Let me adjust. There we go. All right, good evening, everyone. On behalf of PCAT, Property Casualty, I can't talk today. Casualty Alliance of Texas, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to honor one of our employees, our bus driver, Mike Zimbick here. So each day, school bus drivers are entrusted with the safety of transporting our students to and from school. No matter the weather conditions, traffic, their performance on the road must always be A+. School bus drivers are like ambassadors for the district. They're usually the first staff personnel that the students see in the morning and the last that they see in the afternoon. And just as it's said about great school teachers, PCAT believes that the same holds true for their bus drivers. It's not a job, it's a calling. So I just wanted to share a couple words that Ms. Fletcher said about Mike. Mr. Mike is so deserving of our Bus Driver of the Year. With his heartwarming encouragement and dedication to building relationships, he inspires kids every day. Having ridden his bus on several occasions, I can speak to the enduring qualities he possesses that makes him a high caliber person. He knows his kids, setting the high expectations from the start. His joy from the job shines through on every ride. He definitely spreads positively on one bus journey at a time. So a little bit off script so y'all can get to know Mike. He is actually as a driver of one of our most populated routes that I have here. And so prior to redistricting, he had a really short route and it was like 50 kids maybe. And so he came into this school year and I said, hey, Mike, we revisited your route this year. And so he went from about 50 kids to about 200 kids that he transports now. So from one route up into 6 runs total that he makes throughout his whole entire day. So as you can imagine, when you increase that much, there's a lot of adversities that come with it. And so he has just surpassed those in my eyes and through his colleagues' eyes. They know him by Big Mike. He's, tough and rough on the outside, but he's super soft and nice and very encouraging to everybody at our department and his kiddos. He really does love what he does. So thank you, Mike, and y'all help me congratulate Mike Zimbick. Yours.
Congratulations. Thank you for representing us well and taking care of those kiddos. All right, let's go to special recognition, Spotlight on Excellence, Dr. Gasway.
Watch the video of you
with me. Here we are. It's a beautiful day, and we're talking about our employees who are up for the Spotlight on Excellence. And you have somebody near and dear to your heart that you want to talk about. And so tell me who's on your mind.
Yes, so I have nominated Teresa Fernandez from Highland Lakes Elementary for the Spotlight on Excellence. I had the pleasure of working with Teresa recently to help one of our families that was in need. And her willingness to go beyond her role responsibilities was impressive to me. She actually went with me to go out for a home visit to see a family to help me translate. And I got to witness her in that visit just be so graceful and pleasant and kind and humble with the family. She, expertly worked through the situation that we were dealing with, helped me out to get that taken care of, and then was even further willing to go beyond her call of duty to serve the family. She remains a trusted contact for the family that doesn't have a whole lot of support in our area. And so it's really important for this family to have an additional contact, somebody that they know and trust, that's not far away, that they can reach out to and can reach out to them if there's something they need help understanding. I was just really impressed with her heart. She really evidenced loving and inspiring in that interaction.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Well, good afternoon. We're here. You were nominated for the Spotlight on Excellence, and you are our nominee and recipient for the month of April. And what I really wanted to just ask you about, so you were nominated by Caitlin Puckett, and she just talked about a connection that you've made with a family, with a student, and just how you've gone above and beyond. So tell us a little bit about that and how any role in Marble Falls ISD can make an impact on and love and inspire kids.
Well, I am very surprised. Thank you. I don't. You caught me off guard.
That's good.
But I think any role, whether you're a secretary or a para, it's really important to always love and inspire all of our kids, whether it's a small gesture or a big gesture. And here in our district and even our school, we have a lot of bilingual students, and I think that's always important to be able to help them in any way that we can. And with translations or finding somebody to translate something for them, I think that's really important. And I don't know what else to say.
Well, here's what I would say is that with this family, you've made such a deep connection quickly and very personally, and they rely on you, and it's been noticed and it's been appreciated. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you for loving and inspiring our students. So congratulations.
Thank you. I didn't even do it for recognition. I did it because I love to help people. And honestly, I didn't even know that this was a thing to be nominated for. It was just because they needed help and I was able to help them. And I love being able to help anybody else that I can.
Well, good. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
A little something for your refrigerator, a small something for your desk that you can keep on your desk. Y'all, I'm just going to reiterate real quickly, and then we'll take a quick picture. Talk about just making a deep connection with a family who was in the middle of a crisis and just going above and beyond. And we've got a lot of stories. I hope we keep telling our stories because we've got a lot of great stories about just everybody. And here you have somebody who sometimes you don't get a lot of interaction with kids and because of the role you are in, but yet with this family, you have made a deep, deep connection. And so I want to, again, just say thank you so much. Here is this for you. Congratulations. So proud of you. We're going to make a picture real quick with Megan. You've got family. Stand up.
Very well deserved. Every one of those interactions is important and changes trajectories. So thank you for that. Spotlight on engagement, Ms. Lefflet.
Good evening. This evening, we're here to recognize a teacher whose name came up multiple times by staff as deserving of the April Spotlight on Engagement. This is one of those cases where in meetings we would hear, have you been in her room? Have you seen what her students are doing? Have you seen what she is doing? We're here to recognize Miss Janeth Almanza, first grade dual language teacher at Highland Lakes Elementary School. And then I have some things to say. So come on up. So we collect, I normally collect quotes from a bunch of different people and I synthesize them together, but I have to tell you what her principal wrote, I didn't feel like I needed to synthesize anyone else's writing. And so I'm going to read to you what her principal wrote. She is an exceptional first-year educator who has truly made a remarkable impact in the classroom. With a boundless enthusiasm that ignites a love for learning, Janeth effortlessly engages students through creative and innovative teaching methods. Students feel safe and supported to solve any challenge that comes their way academically and develops confident learners. Her positivity is infectious, creating an uplifting atmosphere where students feel valued and empowered. She is a team player, always prepared, and truly cultivates compassion in the classroom and with our Highland Lakes team. It's rare to find such a remarkable blend of passion, positivity, and creativity, especially in a first-year teacher. Janeth is a natural, not just at shaping minds. She brings learning to life while loving and inspiring every single student and staff member she encounters. Janeth Almanza, our April Spotlight on Engagement. Several of her Highland Lakes staff members came to support her. So if you'll stand, if you're here from Highland Lakes to support Janeth. Thank you.
Awesome, very good. Okay, citizen comments? No citizen comments? Very good. Information items, general fund summary, expenditure report, quarterly investment report, special awareness dates, and CE hours. Let me do those real quick and then we'll get to that. Do you have special awareness dates?
I do, just one, and I'll real quickly just say it. It's Public School Texas Fruit and Vegetable Day. The first Friday in April is designated as Texas Fruit and Vegetable Day. God bless Texas fruits and vegetables.
Okay, and speaking of fruits and vegetables, we've got board training opportunities here, continuing education hours. The following board members have completed or exceeded required training: Alex Payson, Kevin Nauman, Kevin Verdell, Mandy McCary, and then Mr. Bergman, Mr. Boshears, and Ms. Tubig are deficient at the current time, but are enrolled to get those required training completed. So we can check that off until next time. Now then, let's skip down to executive session real quick because we have some folks in the audience that might want to get out of here pretty soon. So let's adjourn into executive session under discussion of professional personnel, including the hiring of the Highland Lakes Elementary School principal under Texas Government Code 551.074 at 6:50 p.m. Okay, we'll reconvene into open session at 7:02 p.m. And let's take up item 13A1, which is discussion, possible approval of action rising from executive session, possible approval of professional personnel, including the Highland Lakes Elementary School principal. Dr. Gasaway.
If you don't mind, I'm going to talk a little bit about our person who we're recommending. Sometimes when you are in a position and you get the interim title, it's one of the most challenging positions because people think you're there for a short period of time, and you may be there only for a short period of time. I was telling the staff at Highland Lakes Elementary School that since I started visiting the campus this spring, every time I visited, I have enjoyed the joy that I've seen on teachers' faces, the fun that they're having, the difference. There's just a different atmosphere, I think, right now at Highland Lakes Elementary School, and it's been under the leadership of Susie Neuschwander. Susie is in the position of Federal Programs Coordinator. It is a position, just as a side note, that has, if the board were to support this recommendation, has in the last 3 years had 2 principals now that have come from that position and an assistant superintendent. And so it's blessed and it's cursed. But Susie has came to us in that position, came to us with experience as a seasoned principal, has experience working with difficult students at Merridale, has elementary background, has taught the younger levels as well as the older levels, just has a real rich background, 24 years in education. And so my recommendation to the Board of Trustees is to approve a contract for Susie Neuschwander as principal of Highland Lakes Elementary School.
Administrative recommendation.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Verdell,
Second.
second by Mr. Payson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Welcome aboard. Ms. Neuschwander, if you will you come up to the podium and just introduce family or and then also maybe just tell us a little bit about your vision, your experience, whatever you might have on your heart about Highland Lakes.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. And I do have with me my husband. My son is at baseball practice, and my other son is playing baseball. So a lot of family baseball there. But I'm just so blessed. You know, when I first went as interim, I walked in, and the first thing everybody said was, "This is our family, and I love Highland Lakes, and I love our kids." And so I feel like I just fell right into that. And with their love and passion, just being able to be a part of them and support them and being that ear during that time of transition just led to other things. And so I feel blessed to be there with them. It's, you know, an awesome school with awesome culture, great families, and great kids, and I can't wait to be a part of all of the growth and the potential that's at that campus. So they're amazing.
Very good. We're excited for you. Yep. Highland Lake staff, I guess that's okay with y'all? Okay. All right. Good deal. Thank y'all for sticking around and for being here in support of her. And all right, let's see if we can get back on track here. Let's go back up to item 9A, presentation discussion items and possible action. 9A is hail damage at Marble Falls ISD. Mr. Whittle.
Good evening, board. As you all know, we had some severe weather that swept through Marble Falls and caused a significant amount of damage to our buildings, to our transportation fleet. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to give you guys an overview of some of the property and information that we know of that we've assessed initially that has been damaged. This is not everything. This is just what I know as of right now. So the hailstorm came last Tuesday, April 9th. Lots and lots and lots of broken windows almost 100 total windows throughout the district. I have a picture here. This is at Marble Falls Elementary, the pink building, where we had some older windows there. Pretty much every column or section of windows was affected or had some busted panes. 50 total there at MFE Pink Building. The Falls on the Colorado Museum, we had 22 broken windows on that west side. Here at Central Office, a total of 8 broken windows, 6 at the middle school portables, 4 at the transition house. Here you can see a picture of one of the classrooms at Marble Falls High School. There 2 that I know of. There may be more there at the campus. And if you'll recall, we did replace windows at Marble Falls Elementary in the D wing. One of those new windows sustained was broken. At the high school in the softball, the locker room, we had a window that was busted out. There was also some damage to the softball and baseball field, just the sheer, I mean, it was divots, like huge holes throughout the entire playing surface. So maintenance, sand was delivered, and coaches in our maintenance department have been working to repair those. And then we had one other window, to my knowledge, at the middle school in the weight room that was broken. So almost roughly 100 different windows. We have been in contact with our adjuster. I'll get to that here in a little bit, but he has come out and done an initial one-day assessment. We are going to experience a lot more, but we already have our vendor to replace windows. That company is going to come out tomorrow just to take measurements of all the windows. Also, here's some pictures, just some more pictures. The left and middle are both at Marble Falls Elementary, the E-Wing, and then the top right is here at Central Office. That happens to be my office. A pretty view now. Also, we had some water that entered the building. The construction shop at Marble Falls High School, or the welding area, where there was some water that came in through that entrance. Our new addition at the Fine Arts Wing, there was some water that entered there underneath. Several just at the middle school exterior doors. We had one door that was damaged, appeared to be damaged at the high school athletic office, and then just multiple classrooms at the high school where tiles, we have what appears to be some water damage in numerous classrooms with tiles that we will be taking a look at. Here's pictures of some of those areas. Ag shop on the left and the fine arts entry on the right. Roofs and siding, we've been able to lay eyes on some of the siding. I have not been on the roofs. Our insurance adjuster briefly did, but they will be coming back and taking a really close look at all of our buildings and all of our roofs in the coming weeks. We had some entry. You can tell if you're up at the high school, the fine arts siding, the trim there where it's on the facade there, fine arts entry in Marble Falls High School. The silver, you can see it was considerable dents in that trim there on the fascia. The greenhouse took some devastating blows. The roof was completely a complete loss there, and possible damage to the cooling system and vents. Also at the high school, the Purple Thumb building, and then the dog shed room building. Picture on the left is of the greenhouse, the roof at the greenhouse, and on the right is the trim that was dented. So our transportation, kudos to Gina Sorlizano and staff at transportation, our mechanics. Gina was up till 11 o'clock on Tuesday night, taking account of all of the damage, and we had broken windshield to one bus and side mirrors on 10 others, or tail lights were busted out, and getting account of all of that, and then just making sure that we had spare vehicles and make tweaks to routes to ensure that our kids were at school on time on Wednesday morning. And she pulled that off, and all 4 of our activity buses that had activities going the next day were also on time. We had a maintenance truck, back windshield was busted out. 2 of our ag trucks, front windshields were busted, multiple dents throughout. Those were on A4 and A5 for the ag trucks. Our vocational classroom, life skills kids, they use Suburban at the transition house, which was sustained a lot of dents and broken windows. People mover bus at the high school has damage. And then our old band trailer, you can see a picture here of just the siding. It held for about 6 solid minutes at the high school. And the picture on the right is Ag Truck A5, broken windshield. So our property and casualty insurance is through PCAT, which is Property and Casualty Alliance of Texas, which is managed through Edwards Risk Management here in town. We are currently working with 2 separate claim representatives, one for property side and the other with auto. I'm working closely with property, and then Gina is working with our auto representative. The deductibles for the 2 are separate. So you've got property, and then you've got vehicles separate. So Gina is working on that. On the property side of things, the minimum deductible for property damage that we have is $500,000. That's the minimum, and the maximum deductible is based off of a 1.1 percentage of our building value listed in the district's property, our property schedule with PCAT. So it's $500,000 minimum or 1.1%, depending on the total. So what Edwards Risk said that they would calculate and apply the percentage deductible against any building that is damaged. And if the combined deductible falls below $500,000, then the minimum deductible applies. If it is greater, then the percentage deductible applies. The deductible for our vehicle fleet is $1,000 per vehicle for the comprehensive coverage and $50,000 for the catastrophic deductible. Edwards Risk Management will utilize the one that is most beneficial to the district. I've been in contact with our adjuster for our property damage. He came out last Thursday for his initial inspection, and his verbal report suggests the loss will be significant and will likely affect the majority of our district buildings and structures. So Edwards Risk Management is coordinating joint inspections with engineers and building consultants to walk all of our campuses beginning next week. This set of inspections will be more thorough than the one that was previously done. We'll include the engineers securing roof samples in order to verify the material makeup of the existing roofing systems, as well as the extent of damage to those systems. This will also provide us insight as to whether or not building codes for roofing will need to be addressed as part of the claim. So I will be in close communication with our adjuster regarding coordination for inspection next week. Again, it's going to involve a team of engineers, adjusters, consultants. They'll inspect each location, every structure present. It could be a week or 2, depending, but they will be doing a thorough evaluation of the damage. Their intent is to have a rough order of magnitude, an ROM, completed by the first week of May. And this will be a high and low cost projection for this loss. Following that will be engineering reports and the detailed loss estimates. They have not given me a time frame for when those reports and estimates will be given, but as soon as they are, they will share them with us, and we will keep you posted and up to date. So that is all we know as of now. The adjuster came out last week, did a 1-day picture, got on a few roofs, said it's going to be considerable damage throughout. So we are keeping track of any and all receipts for repairs, for materials, for labor costs, and that will go towards the deductible cost as well. So any questions on hail damage for now?
You need to add the sign at the elementary school.
The marquee sign? Yes. I'm sure there are a lot more. This is just a brief. They're going to find a lot more damage. This is just for informational purposes only.
Questions, comments? Glad you didn't have anything else to do with your life. Thanks for taking care of all of it. All right. Can we use bond funds to pay for that? Deductible?
We think that bond funds for the deductible for some of the work that we're doing.
Yeah, we'll look to see what's to our best advantage.
Okay. Very good. Budget amendment, Mr. Orr, go ahead.
Yes, I've got a rather large budget amendment here for you now that the year's almost over. Let me give you a little background on this. This has to do with the $100,000 homestead exemption that was passed in August. We adopted our budget in June of last year. In August, the legislature passed a increase in the homestead exemption and a lowering of the tax rate by about 11 cents. In November, there was an election to basically ratify the homestead exemption. And in March, they finally came out with their calculations of how this would affect the school. It will lower the property tax revenue by about $12 million. And then I think our original budget was $59 million. We're lowering it by 12. The state revenue increase is so that if it was a hold harmless, if you will, there was 3 hold harmlesses in the calculations, and so what the decrease in the recapture amount that we're sending the state, it went down 11 million, and so that million is supposed to be the hold harmlesses that that it'll take to make us whole. I will tell you that there are still some haggling going on with the state on how they interpreted some of these hold harmlesses, and so this is going to get us close. We'll get a final determination in the next month or so. But it's going to decrease our recapture amount by 11 million, which is a very good thing for the community. It lowers the tax rate. It keeps that money in the community. And so asking you to adopt this amendment, it'll help us track our revenues in property tax revenue in there. So, any questions about that?
Just make one quick comment. That's wonderful to decrease the recapture by 11 million.
Yes.
Point out that it'll still be over $9.3 million even after 11 million reduction.
Correct.
So.
Yep. It's still a good. That's still a lot of money leaving the community. 9.3 million.
But it's a good step.
Thank you, Alex. You beat me to the punch on that one.
Okay, very good. So this will require action. Anybody want to make a motion on that one?
I'll make a motion to approve the budget amendment as presented.
Motion by Mr. Boshiers,
Second.
second by Mr. Verdell. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Very good. Okay, let's get to item 9C, consider adoption of an order authorizing a defeasance and then the execution of an escrow agreement and other provisions related thereto. Mr. Orr, go ahead.
Defeasance, y'all are probably getting used to that word by now. Basically, it's a fancy word for saying that we're going to put some money aside to pay off some of our bonded debt. We're using $8 million of available funds in our INS fund to decrease our future payments by $10,294,000 for a net savings of $2,794,450. The way that works is we transfer the $800,000 to a paying agent who is responsible for paying off the future payments on the bond. The district is actually legally no longer responsible for those payments in the future. So this is a very good positive thing that we've been able to do over the last few years. Any questions on our 2024 defeasance?
Questions, comments, thoughts? So, let's see, so we need a What's the administrative recommendation for how this should go down? Oh, here we go.
There's a proposed motion. I move that the Board of Trustees adopt an order authorizing and providing for the defeasance and redemption of certain outstanding obligations, which is before the board.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. McCary.
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Payson. Any discussion?
Is defeasance a little like debt consolidation? It makes no sense to me. I just trust you, but I'm always curious what this means.
It's more like you're just paying it off early. It's just that those investors that bought those bonds are counting on that level of income. And so they are not callable. Sometimes you sell a bond that's callable and you can pay it off early. And otherwise you would have to pay like a prepayment penalty on certain things. So what we do is we put the money in a trust fund with a paying agent and they make those payments.
Okay. I'll figure this out eventually. Thank you.
Okay.
But it is wiping the debt off of our books
Yes,
by paying it early,
Yes.
essentially.
Yes, it's no longer a legal obligation of the district. We make note of it in our financial statements in case somebody's holding one and, wants to see what they can check our financial statements and it's listed in there.
And eventually allows more capacity for us to.
And I'm sorry?
And eventually will allow more capacity for us to
Correct.
get other
Yes,
bonds
this
or
will give
whatever
us
as we need to.
more borrowing power.
Discussion? Other discussion? Okay, motion is on the floor. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Fine Arts update, Dr. Metzger.
Hello, good evening. We are I don't need my glasses for this. We are so excited to give our Fine Arts update this evening. We have an outstanding, as I know you all know, Fine Arts program here and some outstanding teachers with lots and lots of student successes. And so tonight you are going to hear from an update from visual arts, dance, choir, band, and theater. And I believe that visual arts starts first. Guys, when you are advancing, you just have to hit the green button here to advance your slides.
So you guys are going to see me next month also talking more about stuff, so I'm going to try to be quick. Here's a grouping of some of our successful AP and UIL artworks. 2 of them you'll see up close next month. But they're doing great. Really proud of our AP data. I circled here. The AP drawing is the harder portfolio that we recommend mostly seniors submit for, but last year we did have some juniors submit, and we ended up being very close to reaching the global average and exceeding the Texas average for that with a medium score of 3.33. 100% of our group passed essentially and was eligible to receive college credit for their fine arts in college. 2D design was almost all juniors this year who are returning as seniors doing drawing this year. So despite it being my second year teaching AP and learning even more, we've got really great scores. We exceeded the global average for 2D design with a 3.8 average. The global average is only 3.36. And again, 100% there also received college credit for their efforts. So AP Art is doing really awesome. Really, really proud of them. I got some really great data back about the specific parts of the portfolio. We're trending above average in everything for 2D in the state, and almost all of them in global, especially when it comes to the art making, but also the higher level thinking skills they're required to prove through the synthesis of writing, materials chosen, and the actual art being made. It goes way beyond just making something nice or good. There's a lot of GT and higher level thinking and literary philosophy, like so many things that go into it, and they're doing really, really great. I'm going to talk more about our UIL and VASE next month after our state event, but we had 2 advanced to state this year, which is really statistically very difficult to achieve. We competed with about 38 other schools at the regional and district and playoff level. And that includes 5 and 6A programs. So we're competing with programs that have not just ceramics, drawing, they also have painting, metalworking, jewelry making, they have like 7 teachers and all these, and we are competing really well with them. We took 48 artworks and 44 students. They're able to do 2 artworks maximum each, and those numbers trend on par with 6A schools as well. So we are small but mighty. And AHS, National Arts Honor Society, continues to help in our community. We created a lot of cool stuff. We brought art to the community with murals for students with special needs, holiday parties they're going to use for the next 20 years. We did face painting. We did window painting in the community. The kids are really putting themselves out there with their artworks. This didn't make it into last year's because it's happening next week, but we're competing again in the Paint the Town Festival we're invited to. We won a lot of awards there. We compete with 3 other schools in the region there and won most of the awards this year, including Best in Show and several first place and honorable mentions. We also had a 3rd place winner this last year and this year. I just got the word Monday last week in an email that we had another 3rd place finisher winning scholarship money with the region and advancing to the next level of the VFW Patriotic Arts Contest. We made the goal last year to include more experiencing art in person, and we got to add 2 additional trips that we took first semester. One was to see international award-winning illustrator Dan Santat at the library, and the kids had a fabulous opportunity to get to meet him. We got to meet Benini, who is local in Spicewood, and the McNay last year as well. Our upcoming trips are this week. We added an art show. Yay us. There's a flyer there if you happen to be able to come next Friday. The showing of the artwork is very exclusive. It's all of the UIL artwork and AP artwork. We had our winter art show. We have some pictures of here. That was everybody, and it was really fun, and everybody's families got to come and gather, and we had alumni come back, and it was really great. So we have our kind of UIL art show and awards coming up next week, and then also the senior showcase that's going to happen at the Marble Falls Welcome Center in the community. Our growth and numbers, this year we had 19 enrolled in AP with 18 testing with College Board. Last year we had 100% testing with College Board, and pretty close this year. Right now I have 12 currently signed up, but that was as of a few weeks ago. I'm not sure where those numbers have landed now, but as we're growing, we're also becoming more exclusive. They really the kids that really want it really want it, and then they're trying to convince the ones that aren't sure to come on board because they're having a really great experience. I already talked about how our numbers are trending up for UIL, including the numbers from Art 1 participants. That's mostly freshmen. Adding the Vanini, this is a lot of the highlights I showed with pictures. So I think we're on to band. I hope I didn't go over on time. Thank you, guys.
All right. I will try to move quickly here. I don't want to keep anybody behind. So our year in review this year, as many of you know, our year starts in July. Our kids come up and give up part of their summer vacation, spend time in the heat, to get ready and start prepping for their competitive season. And we start off that year with summer band. They're working really hard. There's a few pictures in there. We move right into our marching season. This year we had 3 invitational competitions that we participated in. We've got some of the accomplishments up there, along with 2 UIL competitions. Our marching season culminated this year at the Area D marching competition, where we placed 20th out of 32 bands. So we were kind of dead in the middle. Did not make finals competition, but we've already set a goal to try to make that part of what we're going to be achieving for this next school year. Super proud of them. In addition to our group accomplishments for marching band, in the middle of all of football season, we actually provide a tremendous amount of support for the school spirit machine, for our football team, and our other fall sports, while we're also preparing our kids for region band and region jazz. This year we had 12 students make area competition, or I'm sorry, region level competition between jazz and our regular concert bands. And we actually had 5 of our students out of those that advanced to area competition. And those numbers are actually higher than they were last year, so we're really proud of them. We also have our individual accomplishments on there for our solo and ensemble, which happens in early February. We talked about some of those kids earlier this evening. We had 13 students earn superior ratings and 4 advanced to state. Right after we conclude the marching season and move into region band and region jazz, again, solo and ensemble is happening. But in addition to solo and ensemble, we're working on preparing for our spring concert and sight reading assessments. This year, all of our top 3 bands earned either superior or excellent ratings on stage or sight reading, which we're very proud of, and especially proud of our middle school varsity band, who are in the sweepstakes rating for the first time in almost 10 years. So super proud of the kids and the staff down there at the middle school for all of their hard work. I think one of the things I'm most proud of this year, we set a goal to have a more kind of lively public presence, I guess you would say, in the community. And to date, it says in the slide that we've done almost 120 public performances, either group or individual. But since we put this slide presentation together, we had our middle school solo and ensemble competition where we had over 150 students perform publicly. And so to date, right now, we've had almost 270 public performances with our kids. And we've got more on the horizon as we go to the end of the year. So I think we're going to top out at almost 300 public performances, either individually or with the full group this year. So we're really proud about that.
Hey, just as a side note, the band drumline
Yes,
traveling with the Education Foundation last week was like, I keep hearing good, positive things about you having the drumline with them on the Ed Foundation. So kudos.
Well, we were happy to be there. It was a lot of fun. That was a great day. We do have a list of all of our upcoming events listed here in the presentation. Tarleton Jazz Festival, Middle School Solo and Ensemble, we just finished. Our high school and middle school spring concerts. We have several students that have signed up to perform at the Kiwanis Talent Showcase on May the 4th. We'll also be performing with the Starlet Show, their spring show on May the 4th. So May the 4th is going to be a busy day for us. And then we have State Solo and Ensemble and our spring band camp. If you haven't seen on our Instagram and Twitter pages, we've got our show reveal posted for next year, the gold standard. So if you can come out and see some of our show reveal, I know you're going to be really happy and excited for what we got planned for fall marching season. Tomorrow night, our 2nd annual district-wide percussion ensemble concert is happening. That's where our kids had to run off to when they left here. So sorry for the quick exit, but they went back to practice. That'll be in the auditorium at 6:30. If you've never seen the percussion ensemble concert, come out and check it out. I promise you won't be disappointed. It's a really cool environment. Long and short of it, we've got some of where we started, where we were headed for our numbers. Our program numbers are up. We're seeing a trend of now 4 years of growth within the program. We're really happy about that. Our fundraising is better and bigger this year. Our boosters are stronger. Our quality and our quantity within our band program is going up and up. And so we're really happy with where we're trending with the band program in general. We do have our fundraisers listed there. We just finished up our first annual mulch sale. if you need mulch or you have anybody that needs mulch, we have a little extra. I'll be happy to pass that along to you. And then we talked about some of our goals. I just want to take this time while I'm bragging on the kids, our staff. We've got a great team of people and students that we work with every day. I feel very blessed to be part of the district, but I do want to take a moment to highlight your guys and the support that you've poured into our program over the last 24 months. It has not gone unnoticed at all, and it definitely is making a huge impact on what we're doing with our kids. And so we're very proud of the kids, very proud of the staff, and very appreciative of all that you do on our behalf. So thank you so much. Thank you for the time to stand up here tonight. We appreciate you guys.
I'm Bryce Gage. This is Nick Ani, and we have had a fast-paced year. It's hard to believe we only have 6 weeks left, and we still have plenty to do. We had a fall concert. We were involved in all-state auditions, musical auditions, Capital Clash, Christmas concert, magical dinner, caroling. That was all of our fall, and it was just one thing after another as it went really, really quick. I would say we've probably had our strongest year to date, and I've been here 18 years of this year, that it's been an incredible year. We had our musical was a Charlie Brown Christmas, in which we were nominated for 3 awards through the Gatsmo Awards, or the Hi-Yo Awards, and that's this week. That was such a labor of love here in our community. It was not a huge spectacle of a show, but it was a fun, just incredible performance of love and laughter and nostalgia. And so we really enjoyed that. We actually did 19 performances of that musical this year, which is just crazy. Inside, we spent this year really working with our kids. What are you laughing at, Dr. Gasaway? Oh, never mind, I see. Really working with our kids in creating a bigger family, because I would really want our kids. I got asked in some recent interviews what I really wanted my kids to, what I was most proud about with my program. And I want my kids to love choir and to love singing and enjoying being together. And as you can see, we have done some things where we spend a lot of time together. In the parade, we have our own dress-up days inside of the choir room. We have games at my house where we have dinner and games. We do that. We actually were invited to sing the national anthem at a Baylor basketball game and ended up with car trouble, or we didn't have the car trouble, somebody else did. And we showed up 10 minutes after the game started because of somebody else's bad luck on the interstate. We have socials all year long. We have a cereal social, which brings in our most amount of kids in the mornings. We do coffee socials, donut socials, all those kind of things. So we really spend a lot of time doing that. TMEA was a huge part of our process. We started at camp last summer. We're in small school Region 8, and I've shown y'all what that region looks like and what that area looks like and how much area it covers. We took 24 to the All-State Camp. We hosted our own first annual Hill Country Camp. We're fixing to have our second. We've had people calling already about that for next August. We had 22 made the all-region choir, which was a school record, and we had 12 advanced to area, which was a school record, and then we had 7 all-staters this year at the high school level. And now you know we've also had 2 at the middle school level. So in the choral department, we've had 9 all-staters this year, which is incredible. We've already started the process of going back to camp. Right now, I have about 25 that have already turned in their forms to go with us to multiple camps. Because of that, I'm actually teaching at 3 state camps for 3 different colleges this summer for small school. I'm teaching at Abilene, I'm teaching at Texas State, and I'm teaching at Tarleton 3 weeks in a row during the summer, in which many of our kids have just decided to go with me for extra camps, and that's just to our benefit. It's a pretty awesome time. We just finished UIL this week. So our concert sight reading season just ended on Thursday. We set a school record with 5 sweepstakes and 1 plaque. The sweepstakes, all of them were straight ones all the way through with 6 judges. We had comments of like mature tone, beautiful musicianship. We even had some comments of people suggesting that we make some submissions to some larger contests that are through simply recorded submissions, and we're getting ready to do that. We have 3 of those coming up in the next 3 weeks, and so we'll be making some submissions to those contests. We went on a trip this year, Nashville and Memphis, and had a fantastic time. Our kids had the opportunity to record in Studio B. which was where Elvis recorded over 100 of his hits. We had a great time in there, got to record. At the end, they asked if I would like to play Elvis's piano, so I accompanied the kids, and we did some other things in there where I played the piano and they sang. And then while they were mixing that, they had to get everybody out of the room, because another group was coming in, but they needed us to stay so that they finished up the recording process. So they invited Mr. Henson and myself into the studio, where all these things were, and into the actual mixing studio where everything was recorded during all those years, and then had us exit into the other green room where everything, where all these pictures and all these famous people had been. And Henson's walking behind me going, walk slow, walk slow, walk slow. And so we took our times doing that. Then we also actually, in Sun Records, we recorded in Sun Records, which is where the $1 Million Quartet was at in Memphis, with Elvis and Johnny Cash and Jerry Lee Lewis and Carl Perkins. Made some of their recordings, and we stood in their spots and touched and held the microphones that they all used, which it was really neat. And then we also actually performed at Graceland, and so that was it was a pretty incredible trip. Had a great time there. Spent an evening at the Opry. We got done at the Opry. We sat down because we wanted to let everybody else exit, because no buses were going to get out at the same time. It was going to be slow, and our kids asked if we could change our theme to our spring concert, and so we are on May 20th. We're having the Marble Falls Opry. It's actually going to start at 7:30. I moved mine back 30 minutes, hoping that the board could go fast that evening, and then they could all come over to the Opry and see that show that evening. Besides that, we also have a recording concert next week, of which we've invited some people to, a very small group, where we do some recordings in front of live audiences, and then those are part of what our submissions are for different things. We have our recordings from UIL last week, but we also need some other things, and so we're going to deep dive into that next week. And our voice lesson program and our TMEA program, All-State, is really the backbone of what's happening in the program right now with all the success. And with Mr. Ani, he leads the TMEA program, and then we have 2 voice teachers that lead the voice lesson program, Christine Ashball, Bridget Owsley. We have 30 current students right now. 32 competed at solo and ensemble, and all 32 of those received ones. Superior ratings, and 10 are qualifying for state contest in May. It's the same contest that the band's going to. We'll bring our kids next month. Looking to the future, our current numbers approximately, we have about 150 in the fall. We're shooting for about 50 in private lessons if we can get those there. One of the things that we have done is we entered the Madrigal Festival with the chamber singers 3 years ago, and we really got our eyes open to what was going on in the state. We received superior ratings in 2022, but we got our butts kicked, and it was deserved, and it was eye-opening to the kids and to myself. And so we took on new goals as that happened, because it's not such a bad thing to get your hiney whooped every once in a while. And 2023, we came back with superior ratings. We still did not rank where we wanted to rank. And this year, in 2024, we moved up into the next classification of performances when we received a performance of distinction. Only 10 groups received that. We're the only small school in the contest. We're going head-to-head with 5As and 6As. There are 45 schools. 10 received that, and then 4 places above us. We do not know where you are in the top in those 10, so we know we ranked in the top 14 in those contests, with us being the only small school. We also were in the Capital Clash, which was a new contest that started this past year, and we're actually entered into it again this fall. That is also a head-to-head 5A, 6As, and we were second runner-up. 2 6As beat us, and then everybody else, we were the only small school again, was behind us. And that's where we plan on keeping all of them. Now it's not. There we go. Middle school choir, you saw what's going on there. They have about 275 kids enrolled for the fall. This year we piloted the small school honor choir. I helped pilot that. Mr. Taylor helped pilot that inside of our region. And we had 19 kids make that choir out of the middle school. And then we've had two students make the all-state choir there. And so things are looking really, really great in our program. And I'll be back.
What button do I push?
Starlight Director. This is our new uniforms that we got to showcase this year. Thanks to you guys. Thank you. So Starlights is one of the few year-round organizations, as all fine arts are. So this is just in my little constitution. So every year we go to camp. I didn't put it on here, but right after graduation, the officers go to officer camp, so they don't get a break. So we went to officer camp, and this is the first time in a long time that we went to officer camp, and I think it's built them to be better officers. Then this year in July, we went to T-Bar M and learned, that's where we learned all of our football routines, pep rally routines, and a contest routine. And then we do all of football and all the pep rallies. And these just different pictures. And then we move into basketball season and contest season. Ours is a little different because we're not a part of UIL. But that, I heard, is going to be changing. So dance might be coming a part of UIL soon. So which is kind of exciting, but kind of scary also. But we'll see how it goes. So we went to 2 competitions this year. This is some of just the awards. We got championship in team medium palm, contemporary, and novelty. And you have to enter 3 different styles of dance to get the sweepstakes. At both competitions, we won sweepstakes. At one of the competitions, we won best overall medium team palm. So we won over all of the teams in palm. So we got the highest score over all of them. So that's what one of those banners is, and that's pretty cool. If you've ever been a part of cheer or dance, getting that banner is pretty cool. And then we had 2 platinum soloists and 2 Division I soloists. And this is the first time we've taken soloists to competition. And then now we're working on spring show. So this is our annual spring show. This show is made of to showcase the team individual creative performance. This year's show is on May 4th, and the title of the show is Moments We Live For. This at officer camp, they put on what we call a flower power song. So after before every game, we sit in a circle and we say flower power. And this was the song. So as soon as I heard it this summer, I was like, that's going to be our show. That's going to be our opening. And I put it on all my social media today. So if you follow any of us, you'll see, and you'll get to hear the song. And then a special thank you to you guys and Miss Lefflet and Mr. Price over spring break. This took a week. My dance room got renovated. I'm so excited. After 20 years of being here, it actually looks like a real dance studio. So we got brand new floors, which is cool, brand new paint, and all new lights. And y'all, it's so bright in there. It's like blinding. So I'm very excited. The girls are pumped. So I might, after spring show, do like a little open house with refreshments if you want to come look. So thank you.
I am not John Clark, but I'm going to do this for him. They actually start their year at the end of the previous year. So last summer, he had his children's summer theater camp, and they did the Jungle Book. The high school students run this camp, everything from direction to music. In June of last year, the MFHS students, 4 of them attended the International Thespian Festival, and all 4 students competing received superior ratings by their judges. And they had 2 students that won the duet acting category and were named Thespi Award winners, Callie Coker and Gavin Reed. During the summer, 2 of their students attended week-long theater camps for learning from some of the best directors in the state, and that is Elliot and Callie. I don't think that was their daily clothing, but that was the costume they wore there. Okay. In October, they started their performance season with their regular improv night that they have in the Commons, and this is one of the ways that they help fund their kids going to Thespian. And then in November, their students attended the Thespian Convention in Grapevine, and where every student that went this year competed. They had, for the second time, a student that made the finalist in the state officer selection process, Miss Callie Coker. You're going to hear her name a lot tonight. They also had 13 national qualifiers. Callie and Elliot, Addison, Emmy, Maylin, Mallory, Evelyn, and Ella all qualified in solo acting. And then they had Anthony, Marin, and Ellen in technical aspects, which included costume design, stage management, and all those kind of things. Also qualifying in duet acting were Janine and Gavin. They received perfect scores and made it through the second round of auditions and were one of 10 groups to perform on the main stage at the end of the conference. Their first fall show, their first show of the year, was Dearly Departed. If you saw that, it was hilarious. If you didn't see it, you really missed out. It was in the Black Box, and it was just a very intimate showing of a very funny show. They also added a JV show this year in which their whole production was run by the JV production team and students. So that was completely done by the students from costumes to all that stuff. The only thing that didn't get done by the students was Miss Kellogg, the technical director, actually directed that show. And then in December, they had their annual radio show, and this year they did a Christmas Carol. It was live streamed on our radio station here in town. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy that show a lot. Rick Edwards' Day of Service. They took time out of all of their busy schedules, and they actually worked at the community theater, which is right up their alley, and they were organizing costumes and props, and it was an all-day work for them. They, the band, the theater, the choir, the starlets, everyone would like to thank you for the tremendous upgrades that you made to our auditorium. We have a new and improved lighting system with LED lighting, beautiful new curtains, and an upgraded audio system and an updated rigging system. These additions are more efficient, much safer, and give our students professional tools in which to be more college ready upon graduation. We cannot thank you enough for your financial support in that aspect to make our auditorium better and our spaces better. So thank you very much for that. They're currently in the middle of their one-act play, Caucasian Chalk Circle, and I had to think about that for just a second. And this year's one-act play company has been named the district champion. They have advanced out of by district, and on Saturday they advanced out of area. They will be going to region at Stephen F. Austin next, not this Thursday and Friday, but next Thursday and Friday. They have a 10-day turnaround for that. And they will be competing. This is the 7th consecutive show that MFHS has advanced to the region contest, which is awesome. Each year in this contest, let me rephrase that. At each contest this year, MFHS has secured one of the 2 Best Performer awards in every contest, and that is a first for their department. And so they're very thrilled about that. There's 22 members of this cast, and over half of them are underclassmen. And so the future looks bright. And then I'm going to read the last little segment that John wrote here for me. And he says, a huge thanks to Bryce Gage for presenting so that Mr. Clark, Mr. Kellogg, and Mr. Jones could have rehearsal and prep for the region contest tonight. So it is with all of that, I say you are welcome. Okay? Thank you.
Very good. Good job, y'all. Thanks for the report. Exciting to see all that success, and it's good to hear it. Let's see. 9E is out-of-state travel request. Dr. Metzger.
Okay, we are super excited to talk to you about our TSA program at the middle school and the high school. You know Lindsay Tedesco. She is our TSA advisor at the high school. And Mrs. Neve, Christy Neve, is one of our TSA advisors at the middle school. But we did have one student 2 years ago that qualified for nationals. He was a 6th grader and decided he was the only one and didn't want to go by himself. And so, but this year, 2 years later, we have 2 high school kids and 8 or 9 middle school kids, 9, that have advanced to the national contest in Orlando. And so this group is very excited about that. You do have the summary at your desk, but also just to know that TSA has over 300,000 students across the nation with over 48 different states that participate in it. All kinds of great statistics about kids that are 100% likely to graduate for high school, 75% college bound, and 39% are representative of our minority populations. And so this group is hoping to travel on June the 26th through the 30th to Orlando. The price per student is approximately a little over $1,000. And this total that we are asking for would take care of their airfare, their lodging, their registration, meals, and the shuttle to and from airport. This total cost is at the highest amount. We did find out today that one of the students is not able to attend, and 2 students, their families are going to meet them up there and extend their vacation, and if approved, and those students would fly home at the expense of their parents. So this price is actually going to be less than this, but when I wrote it up on Friday, this is the best information that I had. But real quickly, we've got at our high school, we have 2 students that placed 3rd place. The top 3 teams get to go to nationals in mechanical engineering. They're both freshmen. And then at our middle school, we have, 3 students that placed 1st in the community service video. One of those kids is the 6th grader that didn't go 2 years ago, so that's kind of cool. If approved, he'll get to go this time. We have 2 students that placed 2nd in medical technology, 1 student that placed 3rd in digital photography, and 3 students that placed 3rd in inventions and innovations. We had about 30 middle school kids participate, so you'll get to hear about that next month when we talk about our state qualifiers, but we're super excited about these students. And so I'm going to ask the teachers, do y'all have anything that you need to add? Anyway, so we are asking that the board consider these students, 11 students, these 2 advisors, 13 students, 9, 10, 11. Oh, right. 11 students, 2 advisors, and we would like to take a male advisor. So Mr. Henson is going to be our male chaperone to go along with the group, if approved, to go in the end of June to Orlando and compete.
Very good. Questions, comments, motions?
Make a motion to approve the out-of-state travel request for TSA for an amount not to exceed $14,020.
Motion by Mr. Boshiers. Second by Ms. Tubig. Any discussion? What fun things are y'all doing while you're there?
I know that the middle school, I'm not sure yet. The high school, they're using their activity funds for one afternoon to take the kids to Universal.
Cool.
So, and I think middle school's working on their schedule still to be able to do something fun while they're there.
Very good. I like how Mr. Henson squeezed in Graceland one year and then Florida. It's the same year, yeah.
And the cool thing is that all of these middle school students are all 8th graders. So they're all going to be his kids next year. So it's a great opportunity for him to get to know them as well. So thank you very, very much. We really appreciate it.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Got to pass it.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Now, thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. Okay, proclamation 2024 instructional materials selection, Dr. Fields.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about a project I've been working on this school year with our science teachers and our CTE teachers. And I'll be back at the May board meeting for approval with final costs, but I want to give you a heads up on what's coming at that. This was our, Crystal, will you go to my next? Okay, this is our timeline for science. So we started on this back in the fall. Teachers, all of our science teachers participated, and they were given an opportunity to check out what was available for them for new instructional materials. And I want to mention that we haven't had new instructional materials for science in 10 years. So this is very, very exciting. What is available for science is just completely different than it was 10 years ago. So here we are in April, May, our teachers have made a decision. What you have in front of you are initial quotes. For the first 2 pages are McGraw-Hill. Those are for our secondary, middle school, and for high school, and those are pretty consistent with what that will cost. However, I'm doing some negotiating right now and looking at numbers, so they could go down a little bit. The last page is Savas, and Savas was the selection for our elementary program. And we have some decisions to make now. Now that our teachers have made a decision on the publisher that they want, we have a couple of different options for the classroom instructional materials. So that's the top box. But underneath that, there's what are called either essentials kits or experience kits. And this is the very exciting thing about this. Previously, we would have just had some textbooks and an online resource. Now we're going to be able to give each teacher the materials in a kit needed for every lab that they will do for that school year. And that's going to be refillable for the 8 years of the adoption. So that's very exciting. So we are working on pricing. This is going to take a little working out exactly what we need at each grade level. But I wanted you to see what the different options were in those costs. Crystal, will you go to the next slide? We're also working with CTE. So I don't have quotes for CTE because when we work on an adoption with what is a core curriculum science and an enrichment curriculum CTE, we have to make the decision on the core first. Now, the teachers have been working since the fall on what they want for those courses. And so now that science has made a decision, I know how much money I have left, I can start working with our CTE teachers on their final decisions. Next slide. And those are the courses that are under review. It is not the entire CTE program. It is just the courses listed here. And next slide. The Committee for Science was all of our K through 12 science teachers. We also incorporated our instructional coaches and our CTE coordinators working with us. And then Adam Goodman from technology would, of course, approve anything that we purchase because there will be a digital aspect. And okay, the next thing I want to say is how much money we have. So we have allocated for this purchase about $850,000. My plan and what I think will happen when you see me next May is it will spend about $700 of that on the science resources and be able to get everything that our teachers want and need. And then the rest of that money, the $150, will go towards our CTE and for any other additional purchases that we would normally make out of the instructional materials allotment. So all of that will come out of our instructional materials allotment, and we should be able to maximize those funds and have what we need for at least the next 8 years. Any questions?
Questions, comments?
Okay, I'll see you in May with final numbers, and hopefully all that math works out.
Very good. Thank you.
And then I think I'm next.
Oh, you're
yes.
hanging around. Okay.
TEAC certification.
TEAC certification.
So in order to access that instructional materials allotment, we have to do our yearly TEAC certification. And this is something that we do where we tell TEA, hey, thanks for giving us our instructional materials allotment, and we promise you that we will provide resources for all of our classes that cover all of the TEACs. So you have the full packet in front of you. I think it's about 30 pages long where it lists each resource that we have for each content area at each grade level band. That's a survey that I submit online to TEA once the board approves the TEACs or clarify or certify the TEAC certification. So you could do that today, or we can hold off until May. We cannot access our instructional materials allotment until the TEAC certification process is complete.
Okay. Questions, comments on that? Anybody want to make a motion on this?
Is there an administrative recommendation?
Yes, we would ask that you certify for each subject in the required curriculum that students have access to instructional materials that cover all TEACs.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Payson. Second by Mr. Boshiers. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. And Crystal will have a form for the board president to sign when you guys go into closed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that gets us to item H is possible purchase and renewal of Imagine Learning Ingenuity. Did I say that right?
Edgenuity, yes, sir. What you are seeing this evening is first read on 2 items that will actually be from the 24-25 fiscal budget, but we're going to start to bring you those items so that you have the opportunity for 2 reads. Marble Falls administration is recommending the renewal of Imagine Learning Edgenuity. Edgenuity is our credit recovery and acceleration platform for Falls Career High School and for Marble Falls High School. It is also the main learning platform for Falls Career High School. In addition, we use Edgenuity for summer school, and there are multiple other courses within there that we will start to open more to parents. There are a lot of test prep courses in there that our kids can access for free, and so you will start to see us publicize that more. We're asking, in addition to the quote, for an additional $3,000 to be built in to have funds available to purchase up to 10 semester courses for virtual learning with an Edgenuity teacher for unique credit earning situations. You all did approve this last school year. We did not have a situation that came up. It's better to have the approval and not have a situation than have a situation and not have the approval. This would be for students that really come in with special courses that we can't finish for them, but for them to graduate. It's the majority of the time, it's not really up to the student whether they moved, at semester of their senior year, and they need to finish some things to be able to graduate. So we're asking for that $3,000 to be built again. Thus, the quote there for you is $55,700, and we're asking for the amount for purchase not to exceed $58,700. This is first read. I was going to come back in May for second read. This quote will not change before then, but it is for next year's fiscal year. Are there any questions?
Questions, comments? Okay, and there's nothing real urgent about getting that done?
No, sir.
Okay,
There's not.
We'll see
We
you
can
next
just-
month then.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That gets us to item I, possible purchase of renewal and additional licenses of NWEA map. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So for clarification, we still are finalizing the quote on this. We should receive it early next week. We're recommending the renewal of NWEA map growth for reading and mathematics for grades 2 through 8. We did do that this year for grades 2 through 8 as our universal screener. And we're also requesting an expansion of NWEA map to other grade levels for universal screener. I listed the other grade levels on the summary sheet there for you. It would include kindergarten and grade 1 for reading, as well as all 4 years of high school. For mathematics, it would be kindergarten and grade 1. It would replace Amplify Mathematics, so we would not be giving two universal screeners. It would substitute, and I'll explain why in a second. And then high school Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. It would add science, grades 6 through 8, and biology, and it would add licenses only for 5th grade science where a teacher is not teaching reading or math. The majority of this expansion is for coming on to the teacher incentive allotment and to have a valid and reliable measure that will pass validation with the state for the teachers to be able to receive designations for the extra money from the state. That's why the clarification on 5th grade, if we have somebody that's only 5th grade science and social studies, we would purchase the science for those students so that she would have a measure. I did meet, for instance, with the middle school science teachers. We talked about them administering MAP. They really want data on where kids are in science in middle school. They were all in support on coming on. Mr. Henson has had discussion with the high school teachers so that we could show growth in English 3 and 4 to get on for teacher incentive allotment. We'll provide you an update on teacher incentive allotment at the May board meeting. So you can see below, it still serves as our universal screener. It assists teachers in informing instruction, measures student growth, and it's a valid and reliable measure that has proven to pass validation with the state for the teacher incentive allotment. Again, we are finalizing the quote on this. There's a couple unknowns, and we're just finalizing some of our numbers. One of the things with some of these companies is you don't want to pay for too many licenses and don't use them. Our rep actually even is really good at advising us to come in right there. If you end up needing a couple more, sometimes they let you slide. And so but really trying to get where we're at. Right now, the purchase has been funded from the instructional materials allotment. As you can tell, if instructional materials allotment funds are close, then we will use the local budget to do our renewal for NWEA MAP. Mr. Orr and I have already been talking about that. As it looks right now, I expect the total to come in closer to 45,000 than 50,000, but I should have an updated quote towards the end of next week for you. And this is first read for us to bring second read in May. Are there any questions?
Questions, comments? Very good. See that next month as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item J is employee TASB survey. Mr. Whittle.
All right, I am here to present the results from our employee opinion survey. The HR Services Division of Texas Association of School Boards, TASB, conducted a confidential survey of Marble Falls ISD employees in late January through early February 2024. The purpose of the survey is to assess employee engagement towards the district and campus, as well as their level of satisfaction with their job and work conditions. This information has been used by a district leadership team to understand how respondents perceive specific issues and to reveal a general level of job satisfaction among employees. TASB HR Services developed this survey in collaboration with MFISD back in 2016. This same survey was previously given 2016 to 2018 and then last given in 2020. And so we now have kind of five years worth of data to look at spread out between 2020 and 2024 is a pretty good gap, but it did provide some good data for us to review. We kind of created separate reports for that 5-year comparisons. For the campus level tonight, I'm just sharing the district results. We have reviewed this with all of our campus principals. They have their campus-specific data. Most of the survey requested that employees respond to statements using a Likert-type scale. Some responses were combined for purposes of analysis. For example, through the report, strongly agree and agree responses were combined to indicate a positive relationship. The survey included a variety of topics to gather data about demographics, environment, relationships, and campus concerns. So we provided TASB HR Services with a list of all of our employees' email addresses. And at the time of the survey launch in late January, we had a total of 718 employees. TASB then sent an email with a link to the survey to all MFISD staff requesting their participation. All the employees' responses were submitted directly to TASB. We had a total of 532 employees that participated, yielding a response rate of 74%, which is above the minimum target of 70% that's required by TASB. So employees from all job types and work locations participated. Largest group of respondents were teachers, composing 45% of the total and representing 78% of all of our teachers in the district. Here you can see a summary of positive responses for each topic presented in the survey. These represent the percentage of respondents who chose agree or strongly agree, averaged across the items in a topic. So on average, relationship with coworkers had the highest percentage of positive responses at 93%, while compensation and benefits had the lowest at 42%. Subsequent sections of this presentation will include charts and highlight specific items within each topic. So respondents were asked their job type first in order to show only relevant questions. For example, only teachers received questions about student discipline. The demographic makeup of respondents is a factor to keep in mind when reviewing results. For example, instructional aides were not as well represented as teachers, only 56% participation by our instructional aides, compared to 78% by teachers. The largest group of respondents were teachers, again, composing 45% of the total, followed by our auxiliary support staff that composed 18% of all respondents.
How did that, could you go back? How do you have 105% in this Other campus professional.
Some that completed the survey listed themselves as auxiliary staff, different from what we had them officially.
Gotcha. Okay.
Good question. Here you can just see a breakdown representation by length of employment at MFISD. Employees with 3 or fewer years with the district made up 44% of respondents, and 15% of those who participated in the survey had at least 16 years of experience with MFISD. Here's a graphic of how the survey was represented by specific work location. It's important to note that all work locations were represented in the survey. The largest group working at the high school represented at 24%. So survey questions were broken down into categories. You can see a breakdown of how many questions per category. A summary of the results will be shared on the next slides. So for this question, to start off the survey, respondents could choose up to 5 items that they valued as the most important to their job satisfaction. 4 factors were chosen by over half of the respondents. 59% of the respondents, compensation and benefits was a factor, followed by 57% choosing relationships with coworkers. Work that was meaningful was named at 54% as a factor, and 51% selected the respectful treatment of all employees. Even among the factors selected the least often, more than 1/4 of respondents felt they were an important factor, such as learning opportunities and trust between employees and senior management. So the remaining sections of the survey provided respondents with a list of statements and asked for their level of engagement. Response categories were strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree, and no opinion not applicable. The categories of strongly agree and agree were combined for these charts to indicate positive response. So in job satisfaction, you can see that we had a favorable response with at least 87% expressing agreement with each statement. Nearly all respondents like the work that they do at 96% and understand what is expected of them on their job at 97%. Overall, Marble Falls ISD respondents expressed satisfaction with their working conditions. The vast majority report working in an environment that is safe at 93% and feeling secure in their employment at 92%. Most believe they have the tools and supplies needed to do their jobs. You can see it was at 83%, and that their work hours are reasonable at 80%. Regarding workload, 73% agree that it is appropriate for their positions. Respondents view coworker relationships very favorably, with over 90% agreeing with each item in this topic. Respondents almost unanimously like their coworkers at 97%. In addition, they agreed that coworkers were dependable at 94%, that they feel loyal to their team, 95%, and that the team works well together at 93%. So relationship with supervisor had quite a few questions. So it's broken up over 2 separate slides. Most respondents agreed with the statements about their supervisor across all areas surveyed. For every item in this section, at least 84% of respondents agreed with the statement presented. The strongest area was delegations, with 92% reporting that they are allowed to make decisions within their scope of authority. The weakest area was feedback, but it was still overwhelmingly positive at 84%, reporting that they receive useful feedback on their job performance. Compensation and benefits. Most respondents were satisfied with the help they received with problems or questions about benefits at 91%, and the information they receive about benefits at 90%. Further, 84% of respondents feel that the leave time provided is adequate. Respondents were less inclined to agree that their pay was fair at only 43% or competitive with other districts in the area, as shown at 42%. This pattern is typical among school districts and other public sector employers, Perceptions of pay can be driven by a variety of factors, including communication as one. Respondents rated district communication about benefits very well, so there may be opportunities to evaluate communications about pay and replicate that same style used with benefits. District communications were viewed positively overall. The most items, about 85% agreement. Almost all respondents at 96% feel that the district shares important news and events with them. Just below that, 91% understand how their efforts contribute to the district's goals. 87% agree policies and procedures are communicated clearly, and 89% agree the district recognizes employee accomplishments. Only slightly fewer at 77% agree employees have a way to express concerns to district leaders. Most respondents agreed with items in the district leadership section. 88% trusting the district leaders to act in the best interest of students. District leaders are believed to be trustworthy by 89% of respondents, and 84% believe that district leaders value the employees. Statements about campus environment were only shown to teachers and instructional support staff to ensure they were relevant items to respondents. Overall, campus environments are viewed in a positive light. Each item in this section received at least 87% agreement. Nearly all respondents said their campus is clean and properly maintained. Shout out to our custodian staff, and 93%, and their principal treats them with respect at 92%. Most also agreed that they get the information needed from campus leaders at 87%, and their principal is effective at leading the campus at 88%. So for resources and teacher development, again, this was a lot of questions in this particular category of 11 questions total. Statements about curriculum and instruction were only shown to teachers to ensure that they were relevant items to respondents. As you can see, almost all respondents agree that teachers have the opportunity to collaborate with colleagues. That was shown at 89%, are held to high professional standards, 88%, and receive feedback that improves their teaching at 87%. Overall, respondents were satisfied with the curriculum and instructional issues captured here. The lowest items still had a majority of respondents agree with the statements. These were 69% for developing training, enabling use of technology, and 70% for staff development, providing teachers with useful knowledge and skills.
Stan, real quick, does that mean that 30% don't believe the training provides them useful knowledge and skills?
No, that was just for the positive correlation of that. That's the percentage number that were strongly agree and agree.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, so let me go back. Student discipline. Statements about student discipline were only shown to teachers to ensure they were relevant. Within this topic, 84% of respondents feel the principal provides leadership for behavioral standards, and 77% feel they are given appropriate assistance to resolve disciplinary problems. The fewest was at 66% that agree the student code of conduct is consistently and fairly enforced. So in summary, across, respondents' opinions varied considerably by topic and specific concern. The majority of survey items had 80% or higher agreement on the statements provided. 17 items had over 90% agreement. The largest variation in responses is within the compensation and benefits section. There was a 49-point variation between the highest and lowest items. Answers were most consistent within relationships with coworkers, district leadership, and campus environment, with 5 points or less variation between highest and lowest items. That is a summary of the 2024 TASB Employee Opinion Survey. You guys have any questions regarding that?
Not to create more work, but it would be very interesting to see at some point some of how this has changed over the years. I vaguely remember some of these things from 5 years ago, but I don't have a perfect memory of that.
So, as a matter of fact, I was just emailing Stan, like literally just a second, asking him, do we have this data district-wide compared to how did we look in 2016. And if he sent it to me, I'm not grabbing it. And so you're going to have an email in your inbox that literally just asks that very question that I was thinking it'd be good to just be able to look at
I will
how
send you
we're
everything that
doing. I think one of the things that I know I've seen some data, I'm struggling to put my fingers on it. One of the things that I would say is a lot of the data, when you look at it district wide, and this is why I know I've seen it, it doesn't move a whole lot. It moves a percent or two, but I want y'all to be able to see that. And so I just am struggling because I was sitting there thinking, I know I've seen this, I just can't put my hands on it. So we'll get Stan to send it to me, and I'll send it in Friday's e-note to the board, if not sooner.
Thank you.
Stan, two quick things. Actually, Alex covered one of mine. That was number one. It'd be nice to just see some comparative data. Like, I actually think from 20, like, student discipline actually got a little bit better. I remember those being lower in 20, but it's been just a little while too. My second question for you, and maybe for Dr. Gasaway also, is do y'all have like some takeaways or maybe action items that, you know, when y'all look at this data, you know, what do you think? Like, okay, these are the next steps, maybe things we need to do with this.
I'll jump in first, and then Stan can come behind me. Each one of the campuses have a breakdown of their individual data, and they're going to be looking at some of those data points as far as like what are areas they need to work on. As far as a district, I think some of the things that jumped out to me, one, we've got to work on, y'all, we have given, I'm not saying we're doing great, so I make no mistake, but we've given a 4%, a 4%, a 2%, like we've given raises every year. We're still struggling with that. There's not money growing on trees. And so I feel like we're doing as much as we can. We've been trying to focus on some of the 5-year, 10-year numbers to grow our compensation. And so one of the things that we've got to do is just make sure we're getting the word out about what we've done, what we're doing, what we're trying to do. That was a number that really jumped out at me and just was, I know that teachers don't feel like they make enough. I know that all employees don't feel like they make enough. And I want them to make more. I wish the state would have given us some money to make sure we could give more to teachers. With that being said, I think that's a number for me that we've got to jump on. And then the other one that you just mentioned that I always think two others I'm gonna highlight. I've got to work with Nathan and our technology department to incorporate meaningful professional development around technology. Every kid has a device, and it's just an area that a lot of times we have technology incorporated in our professional development, but just being a little more purposeful on let us introduce you to something that's going to be meaningful in your class. And then the last one that I would say is, and you hit on this, and I do think it is better. I know it's better than what it's been in the past, and I can show you some good examples of how it's improved. But we always want to continue to dig in on discipline data and try to push that. It's fascinating, and those numbers where the campus principal sets the expectation, that was stronger in most of our campuses than what it was the last time we did it. Is our code of conduct being consistently and fairly enforced stronger than what it was the last time? Room for improvement in both. Room for improvement in both. And as campus principal, what I've encouraged our campus principals to do is go back and work with your campus teacher leaders, give them a chance to see the data, but then come back at a later date and really talk about what does that data mean? Because that's a question that if you were to ask all of the principals, what does that question mean about it? Is it fairly consistently enforced? Is that a function of the campus principal? Is it a function of the assistant principal comparative to the principal? Is it the 3 APs? I will tell you as a campus principal, I had teachers saying, well, I enforced the dress code and the person next to me didn't. And so it's trying to figure out like, what do you need to shore up in that area and make sure you're interpreting the data well? And so those are some of the ones that really are ones that I want us to dig in on a bit. Stan, any
I
interpretive
was just going
thought?
to add, I mean, I know Yarda and Nathan are already working on, towards the end of the year and early summer, a technology component and professional development as it relates to instructional technology. So that's already in the works. One that jumped out to me was just providing an avenue for our employees that may have an area or a concern where they know that they can come to us, that we have an open, we have ears to listen and to make improvements. So trying to figure out, I noticed we were a little low in that area. And so, but yeah, student discipline and being able to share the great things that we're doing as far as our compensation plan, but to really look at that, our stipend schedule and just a robust look at our compensation plan.
Other questions, thoughts?
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, that gets us to consider possible approval of action and consent agenda for the minutes, and really the only consent agenda is minutes from the regular board meeting on March 19th. Motion by Mr. Boshiers.
Second.
Second by Mr. Verdell. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Meetings and upcoming training opportunities. Monday, May 20th is a regular meeting. June 3rd is a special called meeting. Wednesday, June 12th through the 15th is SLI. Crystal needs to make reservations for that tomorrow, so let her know if you haven't already. And then June 17th is regular board meeting. Anything to add?
Well,
Talk about?
just one thing, and I know Crystal just pointed that out to everybody, that Wednesday night, I think we all thought was a required meeting. You all went to that on last year, and so you don't have to do it yearly. It's every other year, so that may change. If it's changing your travel plans, quickly let Crystal know, like within the next 12 hours or less, because she's going to be hopping on at 8 in the morning to get us in the hotel that we were in last year and working on getting us reservations and wanting to make sure we get all of you your accommodations that you want. And if you've got family members traveling with you, just make sure she knows who all's going to be there. So,
Questions, thoughts about that? Okay, that gets us to executive session. We will adjourn into executive session for discussion of professional personnel, Texas Government Code 551.074, including renewal, extension of teacher contracts, discussion of real property, 551.072, and discussion of personally identifiable student information, 551.0821. Those are all of them. We will stand adjourned into executive session at 8:34 p.m. Okay. We'll be back into open session 9:51 and gets us to possible approval of professional personnel, including the renewal extension of teacher contracts. Dr. Gasway.
Okay. We'll have several recommendations. First is administration recommends approval of personnel list number 1 as presented in closed session.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Friedel. Second by Ms. McCary. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. List 2, short list. Administration recommends approval of personnel list 2 as presented in closed session.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Tubig. Second by Ms. McCary. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One abstention, Mr. Bergman. Motion carries.
Administration recommends approval of personnel list 3 as in closed session.
Motion by Ms. Tubig. Second by Mr. Bergman.
Good job.
Yeah.
On.
It was as presented in closed session, so, it was- yeah, I thought, yeah. Motion for list 3 by Ms. Tubig, second by Mr. Bergman. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
One abstention.
One abstention, Mr. Verdell. Motion carries. List 4.
And administration recommends approval of personnel list 4 as presented in closed session.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Payson. Second by Ms. McCary. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Very good.